Okay. Hello. Yeah, that's my image. That's what I've got so far. I got like nothing. Um as like intro or anything. Um but that doesn't matter. The point is just to hit go live and do some stuff. But yes, so the goal here is just to figure out how to build a fishing gaming semi. Yeah, I actually kind of do want the hand drawn goofy style, right? Because it kind of fits with my whole aesthetic. Like the avatar of the gun and things that I made ages ago was just like a 5 minute thing done in paint just because I had no avatar or anything. And I kind of just rolled with it. Plus, I kind of like that it's janky. I think it's a bit more fun. But anyway, yes. Point is to learn how to make and build something for streaming from the ground up with zero experience whatsoever and just document the process. Um, Mostly because I think there is a lot of stuff out there which is like great content and great, um, great information, but it doesn't necessarily show A, how you do all the back end stuff, or B, it's always people who had a lot of experience. So they just do a bunch of stuff and they don't really show you like how to get there and how to find information. So that's the goal. To be totally transparent, show start to finish what I use, how I find stuff, how I figure stuff out, and see if we can build something from that. Yeah. And so to completely go against all that, my little test thing I did was that um, I've made this little main thing. So this I did with a tutorial, and basically it's got some triggers and things like in here. So if you write exclamation mark kitty and then a message after it, it will trigger something in my OBS, and that's it. Um, Basically, what it's doing is it's pulling the information, and this is a tutorial thing I found from another streamer, Shindings. Um, Show Sid my opening image. What? Uh, I am a sexy beast. It's true. There you go. My amazing starting stream thing. Okay. So yes, where was I? Yeah. Okay. So yeah, pulls a message and then it changes my scene to this other one in OBS, which is the Cyberpunk meme one. Um, and then freezes the image and then it swaps back to a different scene. So in this case, I've got it as the fishing game screen. So this will be the scene that we use. What accent? I've got the worst Australian accent out there. Um, so yes, so the command for it is the exclamation mark kitty and then any message. So lemons, right? And then it'll switch it over, put that up there in a janky phone, show a cat, and then it will switch back. So that can be done at any time. No, don't worry. I figured it out. I figured it out, Sid. What's up? Nothing. Not a lot. I was playing Abiotic with Raven and was like, you know what? All this fishing that we're doing in game, we could probably make something that's interactive and works with Twitch. I'm not gonna like jump in and chat and talk while I'm doing this, but that's okay. You can listen to me in the background. Okay, so step one is we need a plan of action. So here's the plan. If I remember to so plan is, and I hate this being white. And I can't even remember how to use Krita. No, that's gradients. I don't want gradients. Where? Oh god, it's been way too long since I've used this. And that's zoom, isn't it? What? Brush size, brush size. Here we go. Doobie 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 doo. Okay. So. Right. Okay. Step one. Gonna be assets. So we need some sort of like placeholder asset that shows like a fishing scene that we can work from, because we need to be able to let him out. Because we need to be able to add commands to certain things. So within OBS, we need objects and stuff that the Sammy background can interact with in order to change things. So we will need assets like a background scene. We will need assets for a fish. We need assets for changing in like size and things, all of that. So we need some base placeholder assets for that. And then two, we need to make those assets do things. Do things. Okay, we'll do. Okay. So in this case, I want basically when a streamer types something in chat, I want it to log message. So log and count the message. Right, and then depending on how many messages come through, I want a change in image. So what does change image mean? So for the change image, basically it's going to work as like a percentage system. So at first, you go, your fish comes along, it's on the hook. Once it's there, it's going to have one size like circle, like a shadow in the water. And then as the messages count up, when it hits a certain point, it needs to change the image to a larger circle. So as if the fish is getting closer, it's coming more to the surface. All right, and do that 3 or 4 times, and then when it reaches the top, success, you caught the fish. All right. And then So once it's changed that image, and then we need catch animation. Catch or catch image, I guess. Right. And that's it. That's all we're starting it with. We're going to keep it very simple and we can add to it later. But we're going to keep this scope really simple. So yeah, all we're doing is counting chat messages from a certain command. Depending on how many messages done, we want it to change the image that is displayed. So hide certain images, show certain images, and then when it gets to the very top, we want to switch to like a catch screen. So whatever you caught appears on the thing. At some point, we will add in, so step 3 will be like extras. So extra features. All right, so extra features might be like a gacha system. Gacha. Extra features might also be like character animations. So maybe we have like little characters that are like sitting on the bank of a river and they're catching stuff. And like their animations go. Okay. Animations. But that's a problem for later. That's so this is our base. So with that, let's save this actually. Give this a save. Oh. Add this in. Where is it? Plan of action. Whale fishing game. And we'll put some music on. I think this is export as PNG or JPEG. And what we'll do is in here, we'll add in an image. Cool. Plan of action image file. Yep. Okay. Transform screen. Okay. So now we've always got our list that we can come back to and have a look at. Okay. So I'm just going to use Krita to do some basic assets. So new custom document, we're just going to make it really big so that we can always scale it down and maintain quality. We actually don't want a background. Because how's Krita do background stuff? It's been so long since I've done Krita. I think it's you delete this background layer. Remove the background. There we go. That we want size up. And my thoughts is we're just going to have like a nice kind of blue, maybe something like this. And we want to try and get perspective, right? But again, we have like sort of bank of like a river. And then you know, some sort of ground, and it's probably going to be like a earthy sort of brown color along the banks. And then, where's it? Sky. No, that's not sky. And the sky can have like some clouds or something around in the back. Yeah, just so that we know this is sky. Yeah, and then our placeholder for a person, we're just going to have circle. Maybe not like that. Maybe what color can our person be? Maybe like a red. All right, that's our placeholder person. They're going to have their own little fishing rod kind of thing. It's going to be, I don't know, grey. All right, so they've got fishing rod out here and goes into the water. And they might have like a little, what are bobbers? Bobbers are usually like white and blue. So I'm doing all this as an image just to start with. Realistically, this should all be done in different layers. Actually, I am going to do it in different layers. So there's background. Let's do a person again, but in a proper layer and not be silly and do this at least somewhat properly. Okay. Person. There we go. Yep. And then we want this and a line into the water and then little circle which we can want as white. And fill. Yep, up there. And then we're just going to erase like a semicircle there. It actually looks like it's in the water. That's probably too much. We'll do maybe some red or something or other in here. Got it. Alright, cool. Have like a little red bubba top coming at it. Okay. We've got that. And then we want three or four circles that we can have different size of to denote the fish getting closer. Then go maybe probably smaller than that. We probably want it centered like around the bubba. One, two, and maybe like three. These should also be different layers. Realistically, these should probably all be like different files, but while we're still figuring this out, we'll just do it all as one. If we go to number one, fill that one. Okay. I did those in the same layer. That, top layer, and bigger again. Can I arrow keys? No. Let's move. That. Okay. And that will thing. So we're sitting on the bank here, la da 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 da, fish comes on, we see dot, gets bigger, and then eventually we'll catch something. Right. So let's export these all separately. If I go here, can I wonder if I can actually save these with hidden stuff. So if I go save as, I go Riverbank. And then we'll export as Riverbank. The export as, we're going to use PNG because PNGs won't have the backgrounds. Export as PNG. Yep, do that. Then we can only show our little person and do the same thing. So now export as fisherman. So the bit that you can't see is I'm just saving images basically. And by hiding the other layers and saving it, it's saving it as its own individual file without the background. So we can do all these layers together so that it's all, we can see how big things need to be and all that jazz. And then export it only showing the individual layers. So we'll go stage 1 circle, and we'll do stage 2. Save. Okay. And then export stage 3. Whoops. That's the wrong one. This one is stage 3. Export stage 3. We'll just overwrite that file. Yes, replace. Okay. Now, in theory, we can go to our fishing game screen. And we can add in an image. We'll go, what's that, Riverbank. We can find our file. Go OK. And then we do transform, fit to screen. And we'll just have to stretch it slightly because the ratio is apparently not quite right. Stretch to screen. There we go. That's better. That's that. And then we can even make a group in OBS. So we'll go back to here. I'll show you. But here we've got. Oh, right. This causes problems when we do it. So what I'll have to do. Oh, why did that happen? Transform. Just a screen. Okay, let's delete this. I'll add it in again. Add in image Riverbank. And transform, fit to screen. Stretch to screen. Transform, stretch to screen. There we go. Oh, I've got something somewhere else that's blocking the image. And what in here? I've got this grouped. But there's something with the group that is not working. And it's only showing part of it. But if I move it out of the group, everything's fine. Let me... It seems like the groups break everything. Which is really quite silly. Yeah, well, we'll work that out later. Alright, let's add in our other images. Image 2 will be fisherman. We want him. Perfect. Now we've got our fisherman. And we're going to add in, so call it a 0% fish, which will be our stage 1. And because we built all of this together, really easy for us to get our positioning and everything right. Realistically, it's probably best and gives you more flexibility to build it all separately, and then like edit size and everything in elsewhere. But how do I ban this guy? That one. Ban. So having the images smaller, which usually you do, like if you do this in Photoshop, it tends to save the PNG at the size that the image is and not the whole thing. But it might have done it this way because I saved the larger image. So this is probably not the best way. And when I actually do the assets properly, I'll need to go back and do it a different way and like build them all separately in separate image files so that they save to the correct size and they will size better. But for now, that's not an issue. We just want to get the ball rolling, really. So we had 3, so we want like a 33% ish. I typically like things in 3 stages, all good things coming 3s and all. So we're going to roll with that. So we want the 33% fish to be above the 0%. And you know what? This feels a bit big. That's what I'm talking about. Like we can resize it, but resizing it, like the box is huge. That's a little bit tricky to mess with. So if we do that to that, yeah, that's okay. Maybe the 0% should be like a little bit bigger actually. I'm probably nitpicking more than I really need to at this stage of things. That, yep, that looks good. All right, and then our final image will be what, 66% fish, and we don't need the 100% because that will be whatever the like catch thing is. This is stage 3. So let's form, fit to screen. Yeah, and this is like too big again. So we're gonna bring this right down to something that's probably a bit more realistic. Okay, so we'll go 1 to 2 to 3 and then catch. So that's the basics. So that's like assets done. That's step 1. So if we going back to our like plan of action, that's kind of like step 1. Assets is kind of done, right? For the time being. Yeah, obviously we can improve them and we can add more, but for the moment, is like the base, just trying to build something. That's done. Our placeholders are in there. So next we need to figure out our log and how to count messages. And then we need it to change the image at certain things. So question is how to do that. So we need to make a new thing. In Semi, we can. So I've already built one ahead of time. So created a fishing game. I'm going to create a new button. I'm just going to make it bigger so I can see what we're doing. Actually, let's make it very big because this will be like our main one. This is going to be fish catch transitions. And actually, we can make this is a like big red button. This is the meat and potatoes of everything. So we need a trigger, and we're going to trigger off of Twitch messages. So we've got all these options for Twitch triggers, which is built in. So like ad breaks, and so it will play when these things happen. In our case, we want chat message. Now the star is our wildcard. And all this information I'm literally pulling from their like documents. So this is their document page. So all your introduction stuff. This is talking all about triggers. And the nice thing is this bit about wildcards. So wildcards let us pick certain chat messages as the trigger, but we can also have it accept chat messages even when there's like something else after it, which is what we want, because if we've got people in there and they're spamming a particular command, we don't want their commands to be ignored if they spam the trigger more than once, right? So what we're looking for is we want whatever the command is as the first word and then anything else. That's where we're going to use our wildcard. And I used a similar thing in the kitty cat one. So if I just save this and I go back to this one, same thing. So exclamation mark kitty, and then a space, and then the wildcard. So it will accept kitty and anything after the kitty as the trigger. Let's go back kitty. All right, so we're just going to have the command as exclamation mark fish. Eventually we might make it an emote or something or other. That's fun to spam. But for now, that's what we got. All right, so that's our trigger. So then in commands, we need to work out how to do things with that trigger. Now, going back to... No, we don't want to save that. Yeah. When I did this, I saved the message variable as the wildcard because I actually wanted to use the text, the variable, right? So when people type stuff in chat, I wanted it to actually like capture the message. So if I do exclamation mark kitty hello in chat, I actually wanted it to grab that hello and turn it into a text thing. But we don't need that in this instance. So we can probably do without. I think in this instance, we do need to capture it, but we just need to count it. So I asked ChatGPT a little bit about this before stream. And I don't know how accurate ChatGPT is going to be because when I was trying to do the ignore the first word thing, it was giving me all sorts of coding stuff and stuff to do where I could have just captured the trigger in a different way. So what it says so here is we need to trigger the chat messages. So we need some sort of, it says that we need a receiver, which doesn't exist. So I think that's talking about the trigger. So we need the trigger to listen to for fish. And then we needed our images, right? So we can, much in the same way with this cyberpunk meme, I think we can grab this bit here, like this change visibility filter on the scene. So we don't need to switch the scene because we're going to remain there. But we do need to change the visibility. So let's add those in because we at least know how to do that. So change visibility. Source change visibility. So the scene here is fishing game. And then the source name is 0%. Okay. We want to make that visible. All right. And then we actually want to copy this. I suppose there's two ways. Because we've layered them in a particular way, we could just have the next one appear on top. But I feel like doing this slightly more complex way is probably better. So the slightly more complex way would be to make this, so make that visible, and then make it not visible while at the same time making the next one visible. Okay, so if we just put in a delay, for example, so let's do 1,000, 1,000, and then we'll do the same thing here. So this will be what, 33, and then the 66, and then 66, and then that will be like not visible. So we'll just run this on a timer for the sake of testing. Okay, so what should happen if all these are off and we run this? What should happen is the first one appears and the next one appears. So it's not. Oh, because I put the visible thing wrong. So that's again. Okay, so now it's not visible. So doing it this way will actually reset it better. So it goes 1, 2, 3, off. Okay. Now we don't want it on a timer, but at least that tells us that building it this way works better. All right, so we've got first one is it turns on the fish, the 0% fish, and it's visible. Then it will turn it off, but the 33% will get turned on, and then the 33% will turn off, and the 66 will turn on, and then eventually when it catches, it will turn the 66 off, which in turn resets the whole game. So, right, so all the visuals will get reset at the very end, which is kind of what we want, because we don't want it breaking because there are things that are like on still when they shouldn't be on. So in this case, we've just got a timer, but we want to be able to capture messages, and we want to capture like the number of messages. So in this case, we need to find how do we count it? And the simple answer is I have no idea. So this is where ChatGPT helps out. Okay, so we need. Okay, so ChatGPT is saying we need a global variable. So I'm call push counter. I can make in the variables. I need it to listen to all messages, and then adds 1 to the counter. After each successful stage, reset the counter to 0 to prepare for the next. I don't know what the hell a global variable is. And honestly, I think ChatGPT is actually making stuff up. But it does have like the right idea where we need to be able to like count messages. And I think the resetting the counter to 0 at each stage is probably also a good idea. Um, so honestly, I think we're just gonna look through all the stuff. So what do we have? Comment over time, trigger, pull data. Um, I'm not sure if we need the pull data. Actually, no, we probably do because we need to. Because the trigger pull data should like pull the message. Actually, now that I'm thinking about it, I'm getting the feeling that saber. Let's just do fish. I get the feeling that this trigger, if we have this at fish, is going to try and run the thing, which isn't really what I want. I just want it to listen. All right. Because currently, if I use a Twitch chat trigger message, it's going to start the game, which isn't what I'm after. All I want is it to like read the messages. I'm actually going to delete that trigger. We might revisit the triggers. Which also means that we're not pulling that. We just want it to read everything in chat when it's run. So I'm guessing the idea is the game would get triggered on my side, so I would just manually run the game. Which could add a bit of randomness, right? So yeah, I basically I choose when the fish appears. Which could be fun. There might be a way to do it automatically. But I think in any case, I have to like be the one that runs the game initially, and then I might be able to loop the sequence where like after a random interval, a fish jumps on, um, and then resets at the end of it. But that's a problem for later. For now, we just need the basic stuff going on. Okay. So let's see what the SAMI documentation says. Numbers. Number syndrome. Collapse a clamp is a variable between two values intended to use in real numbers only. Random returns a variable with a random number between minimum and maximum possible value. This basic command can be shown for random integers, playing random videos, picking a random video. Okay, so this is actually useful later, right? So when we do the catch thing, this would mean that we can use random for the random image. So it will pick an image to display, which will be the catch. So that's going to be helpful eventually. But that still doesn't help. Get it? What? No. Go away. String to number. Turns the string into a real value. No, that doesn't help us. And number to string. No, still doesn't really. Variables. Button variables stored inside every button. They can access from every other button. True and false with Boolean, real number string. That's button IDs, button variables, global variable. Get variable, type of variable to get. I suppose that could be useful. Variable transition is a variable from a starting value to the final value over a given duration. The command can act as a timer, trigger other commands or buttons. Oh, okay. So that could be handy if we want the fish to like fight in the other direction. Right, so we can say that the value drops going in the opposite direction. Which would be probably bit more complex because it'll have to be. Oh, actually, possibly not. Because if we're just counting the numbers, it will run. We would just need two, so we'd need like, if an if statement. So if number is 15, for example, transition. If number is 14, go backwards. So it'd be like in between here. So between the this bit and this bit, the 0% and the 33%, it would be if the count is 15, trigger these two. If the count is 14, trigger this one. And if the count is 0, trigger this one as well. Which would actually be fine. It's like if count is 0, but if this is the base one anyway, and it doesn't go any lower, we probably don't need trigger 0. I'm pretty sure there is an if statement. Yeah, there is. That'd be what, like if value is equal to 10. Wonder if these need to be in here then, within the else statement. Oh, no. Okay, so it'd be what? So if value is 10, do this thing here, else do this thing here. So we want to else do that. Okay, and then we would have another if statement, right? So if it's 20, do this thing, which is a transition to 66%, else we go backwards and do this. Actually, we want greater than or equal to, all right? Because we don't want it going backwards, and we don't want it changing if if it goes the other way. So then we want this. We only need the 33% bit, right? Because 33 is already visible. So if the value hits 20, turn off the 33% and turn on the 66. Otherwise, oh, actually, no, we probably need this part in here too, right? All right, and it's the opposite. So if it's over 20, turn off 33% and turn on 66. Otherwise, turn on 33 and turn off 66. Which would mean in here, we want this. All right. So if the value is greater than or equal to 10, turn off 0 and turn on 33. Otherwise, so i.e. if it's less than 10, turn on 0, turn off 33. And then here will be a final if statement of if the value is equal to what is it, 30? Let's say 30 for the moment. All this delay stuff can go off too. We want this delay at 0 because we're not triggering off time, we're triggering off number of chats. Cool. And then if the value is 30, do that. So trigger when it hits 30, and then we would have an extra thing in here to trigger the gacha thing, like the random catch. And we probably need something in here to say like reset the counter. We'll probably need some extra stuff like display for X seconds and that sort of stuff, but that's a problem for later. Okay, so we'll save that. So that looks like at the very least we've got something there. But we still need a way to count the stuff, right? So we still need the way for it to read chat and to look out for it. Which kind of does mean that we need to log. So let me go back a bit. So in my little test thing, we were pulling the wildcard. But we don't necessarily want to pull the wildcard, which is the trigger. So the wildcard was this little star. We just want it to pull chat messages. So what are there any pulls? So we've got trigger pull data, trigger event, pull wildcard, an array pull source value. What's an array pull? I get the feeling we need to run the trigger, but I don't want the trigger to actually like do anything. I wonder if oh, this might get a bit more complex than I thought. What if we had like a secondary button, right? Because you can get these to like talk to each other a bit. So what if this had the trigger? So this was Twitch chat message trigger of what? Fish. Alright. And this, and it can have a wildcard too. It could be anything. So and we pull from this. We pull the trigger data and we'll just say this is fish. Pull. Twitch chat message. We don't really need it. So like we don't need to pull the message. Actually, we don't even need to pull the data, right? We just need to count it. So if we've got this button here that is triggering every time, we would just need to count how many times this button is triggered. Like we actually wouldn't even need this button to really do anything. We just need to be able to count it. Because there's so in this case, this allow button overlap would actually work out well. What's the button ID for this one? ID 3. I should probably eventually go in and change those. Actually, that's it. So let's say this button ID is exclamation. Can I not edit this? Oh, I just can't put in exclamation mark. Okay. Fish command trigger. So we'll do that as the ID. Just that's a bit easier to remember. This can be blue. Actually, that's gonna too dark. Okay, that's a bit easier, less harsh on the eyes. Okay, so if we can work out a way to count how many times this goes off, then it's not going to. Then we don't need a trigger for this, right? Which means I can run this manually, so I would be able to run it. And it would simply count the triggers of the other stuff. So in this case, we're not pulling data from the trigger. Let's just have a look at variable transition. I don't really. Okay, variable transition. Because it might. Okay, let's bring this up here. It was saying. We can use it as a timer to trigger other things. I get the feeling they'll be useful, but I'm not sure if it's useful just yet. Let's have a look at some other stuff. Statements and loops. That's integrations, components. We don't care so much about that. Let's go back. Go back to like we probably want chat and chat messages, Twitch. So this is all about Twitch commands. Doesn't really help me. Have a look at trigger methods. So we don't care about pulling the wildcards, and we don't really care about pulling data. We just want it to count. Wait for until. Oh, here we go. Wait until variable exists. Pauses all button commands from executing until the specified variable exists. If the button is going to be triggered more than once, it needs to have like. Wait until variable is. Pause all button commands for executing until the variable contains a specific value. Oh, that's helpful. That might be better than our if statement, actually. Oh, maybe not. Because we still want it to be able to... Maybe we need to look at the if statement spot. But this wait until variable is... might be an alternative solution. Wait for timeout, wait for keyboard button status, let's wait till the button's pressed. Wait for user choice. Ah, that's cool. Not for what we're doing, but it might be useful for later. Wait for user input. Okay, statements and loops. If. If commands can be executed, it's true, otherwise and statements or and switch. All right. The difference between if, else, and switch. If else statement takes a specific condition and checks whether the condition is true or false. If it's true, runs that. If it's false, run the other. The switch statement is a multiple choice. Oh, okay. So if it's green, do this. If it's red, do that. Okay. That actually, the switch actually might be better than our if statement then, right? Because we're doing multiple. Um, although it doesn't let us go backwards, does it? Oh, it kind of does. But we'd have to do it as when it hits that value, turn on one, turn off the rest. But it might be cleaner. Let's have a look. So let's go in here and let's do, what is it? Switch. Switch statement. Wait, is it? Switch this. Okay. Let's. God, I wish this image was bigger. This image is terrible. So we have to add in case statements by the look of it. So the value here would be like message number. And we add in what case statement? Not so sure about this one. Text inserts are not allowed. How's that? Oh, it's just letting me pick a thing, I guess. Change visibility. That was a toggle visibility option. But I like this. This just feels like I've got a bit more control over it than the toggle. Yeah, I wasn't sure about that. I like the if statement, honestly. I think the if statement is okay. It might not be the best way to do it, but it's kind of clearer to me. At least for the moment. Oh, so this little plus button here can add in an and or an or statement. Well, we don't need either of those for the moment, but nice to know for later. Okay, so in the cases, each case element is a string, the statement value will be compared to, so if it hits that. Okay, so that's fine, but we still need to work out how to get the value, right? We still haven't worked out how to make it count. Date and time, we don't really need objects. Let's see. An object is a container for named value called properties. The variable an object holds can be any data type, and these variables can be read from and written to after the initial creation. You can also add more variables to an object after it's been created. It's a new empty object, does nothing if it already exists. Create an object or key or change a value inside an existing one. Supports the setting of values to objects arrays without having to pass or string them. Hmm. Oh, here we go. Get an object variable. So maybe we need to be using an object here. So in that case, let's have a look. Let's have a look at this. So if we go into here and we go object, so let's have a look at get an object variable. Turn off the variable transition. We'll come back to that. So object name is the name of the object I want to access. Okay, so let's So if we go into our command trigger, we go create object. This will be fish counter. So it does nothing if the object already exists, right? So we want it to create it, and then it will do nothing once it exists, right? And if we set object variable, so the object name will be fish counter, and the key is so we don't want to change it in any way. We don't want to make a new, it's new or existing key. Maybe. I don't understand what a key is. I guess we assign a value of 1, alright? Let's ask what a key is. And what is a key in Semi? It's a variable or value holder I can create and use across DEX receivers and buttons. Think of a key like a labeled storage block. It stores numbers, text, and true, false values or lists. You can read from it, change it, or use it. Okay. That I do kind of want. Actually, this other stuff is kind of also important, but we'll worry about that later. Okay, let's see if this knows what's about key. Nope. It's talking out to us. I think it gets like this bit right, but all this stuff I think is BS. Because if I go like in here, there is no keys, right? Like array. So that's very unhelpful, ChatGPT. Oh, this could be useful. Let's look at strings. So we'll have a look at strings in a little bit. But we could get the size, so how many keys the object contains. Hmm. Let's have a look at strings. String count, string capital. Okay. This sounds. String in programming is a sequence of characters that are used to represent text rather than numbers. Strings are located within a pair. Double quotes. String can contain numbers, but you must realize that a 5 doesn't have the value. 5 has a value of 0. String position returns the position of the first occurrence. We don't care about position, right? Returns the number of occurrences. Okay, so we could do number of occurrences. So let's get rid of these objects for a moment. Let's look at string. So string count. Do we care about it in case sensitive? Probably, actually. So we wanted to look at, let's say we were looking for exclamation mark fish. We will make it case sensitive. We want to save the variable as fish, potentially. So character and string to count, which is our value to search for here. That will be fish. Maybe still okay. So we're looking in this text. So any text that is that, and then we're looking for that, and then it should give us a result, right? Okay. So if we got that, and we can convert that to an object. Uh, so we're returning a value with the string count, but now we need it to save that somewhere. Can we do that in numbers? That's hex, string to numbers. String to number, here we go. Turns a string value into a real value. That's what we want. Although, doesn't the string count do that? String count. Yeah, it returns the number of occurrences. Although, there was something about this saying... String to number. Oh, maybe this works better. Turn 0 if the string does not start with a number or dot. Stops conversation. Okay, so in this case, we actually do want to pull the data. So if we pull the trigger data, we want to pull the message itself. Right, then we want to save it as fish message. Okay, let's ditch that instead. Okay, so we pulled the data from the trigger. And then we need to convert it to a number. So if we do string to number, string to number. Okay, and then so we fish count because we need to save it somewhere. And the variable is the name of a variable containing the string, which is this, right? The fish message. Wait, no, because that's only working with the string value. No, so string count was right. Because we want this result. Okay, hold on, no. Yes, string count was right. String count. Okay. So you want to save whatever the count is to that. You know what that? The text is fish. And we're counting the same thing. It can be case sensitive. Okay. I think I need to do some Googling because I'm very confused. Okay. How to count number of messages sent. Uh, yeah. So I've just YouTubed a thing. put it simply. So we're just gonna steal this guy's content from 3 years ago. Yes, wonderful. We don't really care so much about that part. Okay, so I don't quite get. So I need to understand what the CSV is. It seems to me like it's just a file name or a file that's storing data. Let's come back here. Alright. CSV files. CSV is a delimited text file that uses a comma to separate values. It consists of data arranged into rows and columns. Sammy has the functionality to load, save, edit, and manipulate the values in these rows and columns. These values can be saved as a variable to be used in any way you want within the Sammy environment. So the file isn't saved until the CSV save command is also used. Saves the file to the path of your choice. The file has to be the full path of the file ending with CSV and currently works if the drive letters are lowercase. Alternatively, you can use the directory variable to save it in the default directory. When the file is saved, an extra row appears at the bottom of the file that's used to save default values. Modifying this extra row may result in default. That's fine. Don't care so much about that. This is the -1 thing the dude was talking about. So if it doesn't exist, it returns -1. So that's what it was looking for. Okay, so this could work as a means of storing the values. So if we've got a button where every time it triggers, it adds 1 to a CSV file value. And then we write, and then we pull from that value. Okay, that could work actually. So whenever this is triggered, right, so we don't even care about the data in this case. All we care about is, was this command triggered, which actually works better. Um, so then, yeah, we would be able to do this like find value thing, right? I don't know what math is. We should have a look at math. Where's our... Yeah. Where's the math bit? Math. Executes math. Scary, scary math. So it lets you do like some commands and stuff like that. So what we'd want, if we're going to do it this way, is like we want in here something that I can run on my own that just like creates CSV. All right. And then okay, CSV create. And this will be what? Fish counter. And the first column name is count. Okay, so I think it visualizes it, right? Yeah. So in this case, that's column 0. So we would want like 0, 0. We still want a row, right? So CSV add row. Yep, didn't want that. Delete. Discount. First box value name will be cat 2, I guess. Hold on, let's go back to this YouTube thing. This was making the CSV. So he just made a new column from the get-go. Maybe that is better. Let's actually just follow his practice. Because maybe that's better. So let's go in here, CSV, add column. So we're still in here. Just gonna, we probably should put in like underscores, right? Maybe we don't capitalize it for simplicity's sake. The new column name would be message count. I suppose it's more trigger count is probably trigger count. With the default value of 0. And then we want to save it. Save. And I guess we'll just use this global main directory just for the time being. That'll be what? Fish counter dot CSV. Right. Then we'll CSV D. So I'm going to delete row and column. Maybe it's the unload now. It doesn't delete the CSV where it's saved to, it just unloads the data from the buffer space within SAMI. The CSV file that has been loaded cannot be loaded again unless the CSV has been unloaded from the buffer space. Oh, okay, yeah. So that's... Okay. So that way it's created it, but it's not currently loaded, so it can be used elsewhere. Okay. So if I run that, it runs it and it was unloaded. And if I go to wherever the hell I loaded SAMI, which I think is here. Yep, it's got there, fish counter, and it's even an Excel file. Perfect. Probably a better spot that I can put that. Actually, I am going to. What do you say here about the? Oh, okay. You just put the folder name in. Let's just stick in a folder. Folder. Fishing. So we're just gonna make a folder called Fishing Game CSV. I'm gonna save that. I'm just gonna delete that fish counter. Save. Run. Yep, and it's in there. Perfect. Okay, so that makes that. So now what we need is every time this command triggers, we need to add 1 to that row. And then in the game itself, we need it to read that file and then determine the if statements. So if that value is 10, do XYZ. Okay, we're making progress. Slow progress, but we're making progress. Okay. So why is quality just meant to be? Yeah, it's as good as the quality gets. Okay. So we need to, let's look at this flowchart. So it's gather data, is the wildcard empty, remove spaces, what does it contain, +1 to count, which that's the bit we want. We don't care about this removing numbers because we're only running it off the trigger. So where's the +1 to count bit? Uh, we don't care about pulling the data from the trigger because we don't need to read anything. We don't need that. Okay, so we don't really care too much about the check, but we do want to find the variable. Although I suppose we do want the if statement because it's like if the variable's not found, the whole thing breaks. But then again, if it breaks, we just start it again, right? It means that I didn't create the file on my side, uh, which is that's more the problem. I don't think that has anything to do with anything else that's going on. If we run into problems, we'll add this in and we'll just have it create the row. But it shouldn't need it. Oh damn, we're only at remove spaces. We're not even adding one to count yet. Okay, so we're using set local variable. Okay. So that's the bit that we want. We want. Alright. So in this instance, where are we? Yeah, everything minimized. Okay. So yeah, we need to load the CSV. Which I've now forgotten what we named. Where's my files? Which we named fish counter. Did he have the long string and its location and all that jazz? CSV load game counts. Okay. And then the file path. So the file path was that global main directory. Do I still have that in V? No. God damn it. So it's dash global. Oh, it did it on the other side too. Nice. Global dot main dot directory slash fishing game CSV slash fish underscore counter dot CSV. Okay, so we need that to load. And then we need this value thing, all right? Where was it? That was the case statement part. Set local variable. Set local variable. The variable. Oh yeah, he did stuff with the. He added a thing, right? Get box. Ah, I have to go back. Okay, so this first box value name. Okay, so we still want, we need the row. So we need to make sure we add a row. So in this case, because we don't need to add extra stuff, let's just do it here. So here we added a column. So the new column was trigger count. Alright, we'll add row as well. C S V add a row. The CSV name is dish counter. First value name will be count. Just on its own. Okay. And then we run that. Actually, I can just open this up. And make sure it's all there. Alright, cool. Yep, so it's all there. So we can see in Excel. So we've got count, trigger count. We've also got this default one. But now we know we can look for the intersection of trigger count and count. So we know that all went right. Now we want to tell this we want to grab the box. So we want CSV get box. Get box. So we want the CSV name, which is our counter. Our column name, which I forget. So we've got trigger count. All this in the Excel. Our row name was just count on its own. And then we want to save. We don't want to save changes to that file. And then we're going to save the variable as catch counter. All right, so that gives us that. And once we have that part, then we should be able to set the local variable, which is game desk. So that's the get box. So now that we've got that variable, set local variable. Now that variable name will be catch counter. And we want to add, that's the plus thing, yeah, operation add 1. Okay, and then we probably need to save this. Okay, so set the local variable. And then we want CSV save this. Okay. So now, in theory, if I go into chat here, and we do, what's the trigger? Exclamation mark dish. All right. Let's do it again. fish. To go into the file. No, it did not. Failed to load the file. CSV fish counter doesn't exist. Oh. That's problematic. Let's go back and just grab this in case I've messed something up with the file path. Oh, fatal error. Oh, and I crashed Sammy. Hooray! Good stuff. Go reconnected to OBS. OBS connection. Connect. Save and close. Alright. So what was the problem? Okay. That's fine. Saved. Okay. That file's there. It exists. We have a row name count. We've got that. Set a local variable +1, and then we save it. Failure. Okay, so I'm missing something because I'm just crashing the program. Okay. So let's work out where it's crashing and why. Let's remove the save portion. Will we run it? No, that crashes it. Let's delete the local variable a bit. We'll save that. Run that. Crash. Good. This is what you want to see. Okay, so it's the grabbing of things. So it was finding the box that caused the crash. So the question is, what could cause that? My assumption is that it's going to be it can't find it. So it's trying to run something that it can't. Let's just go back a bit here. So we've loaded the game count. Okay, so maybe we need this find value bit. Or I need to be putting things in quotations, which could be the problem. But it was fine here without game name. Did he put game name in quotes back when he created this? No, he didn't, right? So he's got just game name there. But he's putting it in quotes in here. Let's try that. Maybe it requires that. So if we go get box, set box. I don't want set box. I want get box. So CSV get box. So CSV, we want column name in quotations. So our column name was trigger count. Oh, it does seem to have a row here that is count but with a capital. So maybe the issue is that it's getting confused. So why am I going to say it's a variable as what do we do? What we do in the variable? It was message count or something. Okay. Okay, let's say first column is, we'll just do null. Let's close this. Don't save that. Run. Let's delete this. Delete. Okay. Okay. Maybe that's where the crash was coming from because it couldn't work out because there were like two things. And then it was, where were we at? We wanted something about their value, right? In here. Set local variable. We wanted set local variable. The variable name was this, so message count in here. Maybe do this. And then it was +1. And then we wanted to save the CSV to the same path. And then if we run it, oh, didn't crash. Okay, but it hasn't added the value, but I did have it open. Let's run it again. So, oh, I did say it already exists. Okay, so we might need to do this unload thing too. To make sure it's unloaded. So let's copy and paste. So it was unloaded. Run it again. So it's not adding to the count when it's run. Hmm. So the question is, why isn't it? Maybe the quotes are mucking things up. It's not finding the right spot. Oh no, apparently without the quotes it crashes. Okay, quotes are important. Don't remove the quotes. Run into problems. Yeah, definitely doesn't like the lack of quotations. Okay, so it does like that. I wonder if I would like it to like find the intersecting row. Ah, why isn't that adding to the farm? Okay, let's keep watching and we'll see if we learn something else. What was their info stuff? Oh, it was the variable timer. Oh no, it was getting the stream information, which doesn't matter for us, I'm pretty sure. That's fine. I get all that. So we've got all that bit and the unloading of it. I guess as a test we can add in the count feature so that it outputs what count it's at. And then delete it later, because just for testing. So in that case, we would add in what? Twitch chat message, and then it would just be the variable message count, right? Because yeah, instead of game deaths, ours is using that. So that message count, and I should save. So hopefully, if I do it, alright, cool. One. Okay. Still outputting just one. Which means it's not adding to the count. It's just finding the count. Also, why is it 0, 1? Kind of interesting. Hmm. Okay, so it works. We're just not counting up. So that's all right. Maybe it's that last bit that was missing, the set variable. Oh. Wait, why are we pulling wildcard? Uh, I don't really care. Um, Actually, I don't even really care if the thing starts if the count starts at 1. Right? That's not relevant for what we're doing, right? Because I can always reset it to 0 manually after a catch, so it doesn't necessarily need to start. I just need it to add 1. Um, in this case, right? So like we've got the set lock of variable. We don't need the wildcard value. That like that part's irrelevant because we just want to do +1 whenever this is triggered at all. Um, Maybe we do add in a pull data. So if we pull trigger pull data, all right. Does he do a trigger pull value? I feel like there was. Yeah, he was. He was pulling the data from the channel. But that's because he needed it for stuff. But I don't need the data, right? So if I go into chat, I just do fish, right? Oh, it's not doing that. That is a problem. So So if I run it here, if I go triggers, if I just do that. Anyway, fish. Okay, it's not returning. So it needs. Yeah. If that's the case, does that mean we actually do need because it can be empty wildcard, right? Maybe leave the space out, save. Alright. So if it's not returning that, then maybe we do actually need to pull the data. We pull the data from the trigger. Okay. How is this guy using the trigger pull data? So he's just pulling the value channel. And saving it as but he never uses it. Like it's just kind of in there. Um, okay. So oh, that's better. Okay, so pulling the data causes it to work at least. Okay, so that's another step. We still don't have it increasing the number, but at the very least, we've got it triggering. Okay, so the pull data is necessary. We need that in there. The trick now is working out why it's not updating the CSV. Maybe we run it as an if statement. So if just this, right? if channel, right? If channel exists at all, then update that variable. Okay, so it's now at 0, still 0, still 0. Okay, that doesn't help. That was just 0. At least we got to 0. I guess that is a bonus. Um, but we needed to add 1 to the CSV, which isn't helping. Although, I suppose at the moment, we're just saving it as a local variable. We're not saving it to the CSV, right? We're missing something. Did I miss something? I think I missed something. Because currently it's just been saved locally. Right, so what we need is this local data. Or this local variable to get saved as +1 into the CSV, right? So in this case, the CSV is being saved, which is the game counts one. So this is find the column variable check. It's getting the box for game deaths, which is that local variable. It's saving that variable. But what I need is to add 1 to that variable and then save it into the CSV. Because it's only there as a local variable. It's not actually saving it to the CSV, right? Okay, so let's do so here we've got creating the file, saving the file to a location, loading, unloading, checks to see if it's been that exists, checks to see if the column exists, get the side, add column, add row, delete row, get box, which is what we've got. So I've pulled, here we go. This is what I need. CVS set box. Okay, so then what? C CBS. Oh wait, CBS, CSV, CSV set box to message count. So then we want fish counter. We want these two boxes. And then we want equal to the message count. So if we run this now, we've got 0. Fuck, we're still 0. Oh wait, no, we have to do the command. I can't do run. So if I do fish, we're at 0. No, still 0. I'm guessing I then have to delete the variable. Delete variable. A message count. Undefined. Goddamn. Alright, because let's delete it at the end. Go run. 0. Still 0. Fuck, why isn't it going up? I don't know the if statement anymore. Oh, hold on, that's doing something. 111. It's adding 1 to it. Okay. Oh, and it's doing it in the file, but it's just adding like a1 to the end. It's not like counting. So hold on. I want to add a value of 1. Okay. Yep, that's still doing it. Okay, we're getting closer. This, at least now, it's like updating it. Unfortunately now it's like adding the number 1 rather than increasing a count. Which I think was a string thing, right? So strings. No, string was it. So we need numbers. So we need a string to a number, right? There was something about math, right? I guess I could try and get to count the number of ones, but that doesn't feel like it's the smartest approach to it. I need it to return as a number. So okay. So I need it to pull this. I need to get the box, save it as a message count. Then I need string to number. I need the variable message count to be message count number. Alright, so now it's a number. I need to add 1 to that number. And then I need it to set whatever's in there as that value, the message count number. Okay. Oh, there's a 2, there's a 3, there's a 4. Okay. So if I just manually go in here, I set that to 0. I save. Then we close that. Right, we run it. 0, 1, 2. Oh boy, hold on. So work with the command. Exclamation mark fish. 3. Ladies and gentlemen, we can count. Right. Completely works, completely functional. Here we are. Ignore the fact that you can see this millions of times, but there we go. Fish, 5, fish, 6. So now that we've got this file counting and counting properly and adding 1 to that value, we can now read that number and put it against the fishing game. All right. So we save that. That's okay. So our command trigger is good. We've created that. So now we can go back in here. Actually, we can just copy it, right? So we can so we need to load it. The question is, if we load it in a different spot, does it just mess this whole thing up? And there's a very real chance that it does. But we might, because we're doing it this way, there's a possibility that we can just run the whole thing in the fishing game. But we'll see. Oh shit, yeah. Right, because the load thing. Oh, that's a problem actually. Hold on. Where's the CSV stuff? CSV. So CSV file that has been loaded cannot be loaded again unless the CSV has been unloaded from the buffer. Couldn't it just remain in the buffer though? Maybe unloading it is unnecessary while we're doing it. Let's just turn off the load and the unload for a moment. We'll come back to it because we might have to put a check in to see if it's loaded. Because that might cause problems here. But we can copy it here. The trick is if it's being used by something else constantly, does it cause problems? Or does this code have to like run as a continuous loop? Okay, that's a problem for later. Problem for later. Tomorrow problem. Okay. We want to load the fish counter. We want to get this box. Yeah. I'm using the statement or whatever this other thing is, the multiple choice option thingy. Absolutely the better way to do it. But I'm not fucking with that right now. Okay. So we're going to take this message count variable. So we're doing if the message count is these. Okay. Then we do this. So CVS fish counter does not exist. What? It doesn't exist. That's right here. You can see it. Okay. Why is it saying it doesn't? Oh, it's because I've got turned off. That's the problem. Okay. So that's running. In theory, we go to our fishing game. Okay, let's change these values to like 10, 15, and 20 for the moment. Yep. Okay, fish counter already exists. Probably fine. And then we run that command. We're at 10. Oh, actually, did I remember to do this? Change source. So we're at 12, right? Okay, we're gonna just go on the fish counter quickly. Wait, I'm just gonna set this to 0 manually. Save it. Go back. Okay. Okay. Oh, okay. Right. So it's at 33. Let's read the value as. Oh, wait, no. Sorry. I've got this wrong. So when it's less. What? Is that greater than? Maybe I'm confusing by less than and greater than's. Okay, never mind. I need to do my variables because I think I'm mucking up my cat. All right, never mind. We're doing it. We're doing it the smart way and not the I'm a dumbass way. What's the it's the switch statement, right? That's what we're doing. Um, case statements switch if what are we doing? Blah 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 blah. Okay, switch statement. Alright, cool. Switch statement. Yay, fun. I'm an idiot. Alright, cool. So the value is the message count. Um, and we have 3, right? So case. Yep, and we don't want them like that. We want all underneath this. So we want 3 case statements. Um, okay, how does this guy do case statements? We don't want that. Okay. Learn how to switch statements. All right, next. More fun things. All right. Numbers. Back to switch statements. Statements and loops. Switch statement. Okay. If something is true, then do something. By pressing the plus button, you can hit and or switch statement. Okay. I think in this case, we just put if statements in, right? So we don't necessarily want case statements, right? We're looking at the message count. And then we're ignoring the else's. So we still want an if statement in here. So you want exactly this. Right. If the message count is less than or equal to 10, to make 0% fish visible. Yep. 33 and then 66, right? So if the message count is less than 10, do all this. Then we can copy this to here. So in theory, command outside of the case statement inside. Oh, so we actually do need a case statement. Um, oh god, do I have to do a bunch of if statements this way? I guess I can't use the case statement then, right? No. Okay, so that doesn't work. So the case statement would work if there was text, like actual text involved, but it doesn't seem to be. Okay. So I'm guessing we don't need the else, right? Oh, wait, no, hold on, because this is... all of them. That doesn't work. Because now Yeah, one is less than 20, so now 66 will be visible. So that doesn't work. Um, I guess we have to do greater than, or we put in else statements, or we need to put in like between values, like a range. Can you do a range? Range and number. String position. Count. Lamp. Section, trim, replace all, replace. That's fine. We can just do it this way. We can just do greater than this way. All right. If it's greater than or equal to 0, 33. If it's greater than or equal to 10, it's that one. And if it's greater than or equal to, say, 15, it's that one. And I'm guessing we then have to do it this way. Otherwise, it'll get finicky. Okay, around that. So currently, count is at 0. Yeah, let's just make these values way lower while we're testing, because then I have to spam my own chat. So let's do 3 and 6, just so that there's some. Okay. Wait, what's the count at? That's 0. Are they all up? Wait, they shouldn't all be on. Ish. Oh no, we're at 13. Why are we at 13? Okay. I need not deleting the variable. So we're not unloading and loading, so we don't care about that. It's not deleting the variable from matches count. Okay, what we might need to do is save this as a different variable to what we're using in the other one. So this is going to be fish count. Okay, so I want that count to be at 0. Save. Save. Close that. Run. 40. Okay, so it's still going up. So what we might do is that if it is greater than 6, we go back in and we do this, right? So we go here, we go set local variable. Equal to 0. So that's our reset. Yeah. No, we gotta do this, the find box and set box stuff, right? So if it hits that, if it hits 6, we'll do that stuff in OBS, but then we also need it to pull this box info. We need to pull this box. We're going to say there's reset. Reset is going to be equal to 0. We need to box variable to reset. Save it. When we're not unloading, we don't care about that. And then we probably delete the variable, honestly. Okay. So theoretically, that should have reset it. So now if we go back and do fish, we're at 0. Fish, we're at 1. Fish, 2. Fish, 3. Ah, fuck. We need a bit less than, right? Less than. Less than or equal to 0. Less than or equal to 3. Less than or equal to 6. Oh. No, it is greater than. What am I? Okay, cool. Yeah, we're at 3. So there's that. And then we fish. Okay, we're at 0. So fish. 1. Fish. 2. Fish. So we're at 3. 4, and it hasn't transitioned. I think what's happening is it's only running it. So the count's the same. So we're at 6. And then it's reset. Okay, so it's just not running continuously. Also, I just realized that we need another if statement. So if where we do all this reset stuff. If that is equal to 9. So that will be like our trigger. put the fish count. So now I need to work out how do I have this run consistently. Because I need this to always be running, all right? Trigger. Repeat interval. Save. Okay. Maybe that's... Oh god. I mean, yeah, it's definitely running. Uh, da, da, da. One. Why is it doing it at 5 though? I suppose it doesn't really matter. Okay, we need this trigger to stop. Okay. This okay. It's checking it too much because it's saving shit as well. Um I mean, Sammy trigger. Maybe. I mean, I suppose it could just trigger when you do the command, right? Isn't there a way to link them? That's it. I guess at this point, yeah, I could just copy this trigger. So it will run and it will check it every time the command gets done, right? Okay, well we got to that, but it should have reset it. Oh, right, because the trigger needs to pull the data at the start. Otherwise, it doesn't like it. Pull. Trigger, pull data. Fish, check. Fish. What? Oh, it's checking for a value, so it's seeing 3. It doesn't actually, with the if statement, it doesn't actually understand that it's a number. I guess I could just have it. Maybe the less than is unnecessary, right? If I have the values at like 10, 15, and 20. Right. Then it doesn't really matter. Let's go back to 3, 6, and 9. Save. Run. Okay, so we're in here. We do fish. Nah, not liking it. The interval 100. Let's try this. Okay, it's not resetting as it should, is the problem. So somehow I broke the reset. I'm not exactly sure how. I mean, it can already exist. That's not a problem. All right. So round the button already exists. Yeah. But yeah, the count's going up. It's not going back nicely like we had before. Why isn't my reset working? Maybe I can just take the fish count variable and set that to 0 rather than making a different one. To set fish count to 0, set. Actually, I can just set this to 0 here, right? Equal to 0. Right. I don't even need the variable. I can just tell if it gets to here, find this box and set it to 0, right? Which is what I was doing here, set box. The measures count. Does that bring it back to 0? No, it's not. Let's just do the repeat interval again for a while. Maybe 1,000. Okay, is it resetting it? No, we're still up at 21. Maybe we do the check in here. If we put in here, Whoops, I just added it. So if, okay, so if the message count number is less than or equal to 10. Do this stuff. We want to save it regardless, so we can do that. Actually, we don't need that. We can, because that's the same otherwise. So we just need this statement here. So else, make it 0. And then set. Right, so now we're 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, back to 0. So we actually need it greater than or equal to 9. So it needs to be one less because it's the equal to. I suppose we could just do less than. We don't need the equals to. Maybe that simplifies my life a lot more. So if it's less than 10. Okay, so then again, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 0. I mean, I guess technically you'd do it 1 because it would trigger the overwrite. Okay, we can figure out that in testing later. Okay, so now that's over on that side of things. We don't need to worry about it. So now all we need is we need to make sure that this updates every time the command runs. Because we don't really want it just like doing it all the time. So I think again, we just run it off the trigger, right? Yeah, it triggers. That message. Fish with the wildcard. Allow empty wildcard. Save. And then at the top it's just that. Save. Run. So now, in theory, we're at fish. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Nothing changed. Run, 1, 2, 3. Doesn't want to do it. I'll be back in a second. Okay. So, the question is now, why isn't this pulling data? Or why isn't the trigger working, right? Because it should be. So this is all working fine. So the trigger. Let me swap back. So this is done, right? This is all working perfectly fine. It's pulling it, it's doing it, it's resetting, sets the value if it's above a particular number. Sets that value, does all that. And I suppose the test would be if we just do a repeat interval of is it 1,000, I think I had it as. Save. And we run it. Okay, so that's running. So if I try this, if I go fish, yep. This should just copy this. Fish 3. Okay, so it hits 3. And it's doing it. Fish 4, fish 5, fish 6, fish 7. I don't think. Oh no, they're all on. 8, 9, 10. 10 causes it to reset, so it goes back to its small one. 0, 1. I really should set it at 1. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yep. So it like it does it. It's just not triggering. So I can run it at the interval, I guess, right? Um. And just like have it run permanently. but it's not really what I want. I'd rather do the check each time. Also, I want to set this to 1. Like, I would much rather it happen. Because then I don't have something like constantly running and triggering in the background, and it updates simultaneously with the trigger. Uh, Eventually, we'll remove the counter because we don't need it. Um, hmm, Probably turn this off actually, because we're not unloading it here. So okay, let's go back. So 7, 8. So we're back at 1. Wait, hold on, it's working. Yeah. Oh. Fish 2, fish 3, 4. It got bigger. 7, it got bigger. 8, 10. No, it works. Perfect. It must have been the trying to load the trigger was mucking stuff up because it was already loaded. Quick. Sweet. Okay, so we still want the delete of the variable, but we can remove the counter. So if I do this, oh wait, no, it doesn't. I actually have to type the thing. So do this. Because now that I've got the trigger, yeah. Okay. Yep, there we go. So it all works. But the next step, which we'll do later, is pretty much just figuring out the gotcha stuff. So we got, in one stream, we basically did all the things that we wanted to do, right? We got basic assets. We figured out how to log counts. We figured out, I can't remember my thing. All right, so we worked out how to change the image. We just got to do the extra features, so like gotcha and stuff. So actually we didn't do the catch image, so we need to do that. But we did work out how to change the image. And now, oh yeah, you want to play it? Okay. So if you do exclamation mark fish, if you just like spam it a bunch, you'll see it loop. So you just keep going. Because we'll do the numbers in the background. Actually, I can turn the numbers on so that you can see it happen. All right, so true. Okay, good point. Okay, I'll do it then. So you go fish. Yep, sorry. So copy pasted. No. Okay. So you go fish. All right, and then the count goes up. So normally I have the count hidden. So if I hide the count, and you go fish, and it gets a little bit bigger. So once it gets spammed enough times, it gets bigger again, and then eventually it'll get to like the fish caught part. And what I'll do is when it does that, it will reset back to the beginning of the small circle, and we'll have like a screen that's like you caught XYZ, which will be next time. But like the basics of you spam this thing in chat and it progresses a bar towards the outcome. Yeah, these assets are just PNGs. So these are just, yep, that's it. They're just PNGs. So I'll show you. Let's see. I need to do it in here. So let's go. Remove the play. I actually have to do a display capture. Hold on. Let me copy this. I actually have to put this into the game. Okay. So you can see down here, right? So what we've got is we've got a whole bunch of yeah. So you could do like little animated PNGs and stuff, but all these are like image captures, right? So what happens is you put in each of the images, right? And then when you go into, yep, I'm grabbing the wrong thing. When you go into Sammy over here, not that one, this one, right? All it's doing is it's saying, I want to change the visibility of this particular, like within this scene of this particular source. So it's just toggling on and off a picture. That's it. So you can put whatever there that you like. Like it's actually pretty simple as far as like mechanically. It's just slightly tricky to get working. So yeah, so it reads the chat. Every time it reads the chat or every time that command is done, Yeah, exactly, right? You can create all sorts of little mini games. Um, so this could be a gacha one. Yeah, I think you can do things like I saw on the streamer I looked at for this particular program. He was doing things like splitting um like chat into groups. So like it would automatically sort people into groups, and then as you chatted, you would chat as like within that particular group, and that would trigger certain things on the stream. So there's like you can do some complicated stuff, but this is like the entry level sort of starting bits and pieces. Um, and you can do TTS stuff as well. Um, so I think if you go into here, you can like trigger off. What is it? Twitch. I think it goes in the pool data. So you can go like full. Yeah, full data from the Twitch message. The trigger is a chat message, just whatever the message is. Yeah, you can split off subscribers as well. Um, and then I think TTS. I did see a way. There was a way to do text to speech as well. I'll have to look into it, but there is a way to do text to speech as well, where it will just like grab chat messages, um, and then read them out. But I'm not exactly sure how. Um, there might be a third party thing that you have to do for TTS. But yeah, you can get it to just read chat, so it will just yeah. So you set the trigger here to Twitch chat message, and just like the star, so it's a wildcard, and it will just read everything. Um, and you can set it to like sub only and all that jazz. So it will just read it, and then um, I'm guessing you can like save it as a file, and then use a TTS thing to read off of that file. But I'm not 100% certain. It may even be. Oh yeah, so there's this Sammy voice thing. So maybe that's the answer. Oh, there you go. Right. So, oh wait, it's listening. Maybe it's listening to me. Anyway, there'll be some way to it. There you go. Basics of fishing game. Yeah, that's what I moved. I moved the thing that I wasn't supposed to move because I built it stupidly. But there you go. Technically, you can fish in this stream now. Fish. Yeah, go for it. I think that'll be pretty neat to do some art. Right. And you like you could get really because you're just like changing images based on sort of where it's at. You could do some complicated stuff with the imagery. So you could do like 3 levels of like strain on the pole. So like to indicate the catch is getting closer and you're like using more effort, and you can do all sorts of stuff with the animations. Because yeah, like at the end of the day, it's just a picture, right? Or a GIF. Um, I think in the sci-fi thing, right? Like here, I've got the thingy of the kitty cat. So what it's doing is it's cloning what's in this scene and freezing it. Do I have that running? Probably not. So yeah, this, right? So that's um another thing entirely. So it works perfectly fine with GIFs. Yeah, definitely a later thing. Also need to decide, you know, what sort of stuff you want to fish up and all that. But yeah, problem for tomorrow or later, whenever I get back around to doing this. Oh, I'm pretty happy with progress. Had no idea what I was doing when I started this, so and sort of figured it out. So it's pretty good. I'm trying to think what else do I want to do with this. I do want to work out the text to speech thing, because ideally, what I'd like is that, um, and this will complicate things a lot, but it would be good if there were like 3 of them, right? Um, and you had text to speech so that like the 3 people, like the 3 groups fishing, or the 3 people fishing were like having a conversation with each other while they were doing it, right? Um, and what it would do is it would like all the commands and everything were the same, um, but you would have this fish catch transition thing. So this command trigger is the same, and then these transitions would determine which group you're in, and if you are in that particular group, it will play that animation, and then you have this like 3 times. And that way, everyone's like spamming fish and stuff, um, but it'll only work if it's like your particular group. Like it'll only activate your particular group, if that makes sense. Um, it'd be even better if there was like a random timer in the background where it's just like for X amount of time it does nothing. Um, and then all of a sudden the little circle appears, which indicates like, hey, you've got a fish is on your hook. But that's like another level of complexity that I'm got no idea about yet. Right, cool. That's it. That's it for today. That's the beginnings, and we can make it more complex later. Okay. Thanks for hanging out, and I will keep working on this later. Go back to professional stream for a bit.